so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All righty, we're glad everybody can make it out and join us this morning. I want to introduce our judge to you. Our judge is Tate Hogan from Sterling City, Texas. From a very young age, Tate knew he had a passion for livestock and evaluating them. The early fire was stoked when his sophomore year in high school, his team won the state livestock judging championship. From there, he attended Butler Community College and was part of a very successful judging team before transferring to finish his college judging career at Texas A&M. He was recognized as the outstanding member of the team with 6 top 10 finishes, including the national contest, and was high overall individual at both Tulsa and Fort Worth competitions. Tate is excited to bring his enthusiasm and cutting-edge eye to Box Elder County to judge all of our species today. Let's give him a nice, warm Box Elder County welcome. Coming into the ring, you see in front of you our first class of the day. We have Ellie Smallwood, Cole Page, Miley Anna Miles, Beckett Smallwood, Porter Cap, Addie Rich, Vivian Wilcock, Journey Jensen, Riker Bybee, Cooper Vabo, Bryce Munns, Morgan Terry, and Maddox Brown.
Man, an awesome way to start off the sheep show out here, and not only is it a gorgeous morning, but man, the kids are just feeling it as well. I think that these top three are all just really different in their type and kind, but the young man's ewe lamb that I'm going to go ahead and the win just puts the most good together in my opinion. I really like her front end assembly. She's really neat in her neck attachment, really short bladed and tucked up in her chest. That allows her to read really progressive in her lower body balance. Watch her get out and move in motion, and I really like the build to her hip and hind leg and how it stays so athletic. Plus, she's really, really round in her rib cage, and that facilitates for just such a fresh grab up high. If I had to change her, maybe I'd like to level her out in her hip and maybe fix her spine every once in a while. But man, I'm pretty confident in motion, and that one's just my favorite. And then young lady does an awesome job getting this one stuck and presented. That's a really neat looking sheep who's incredibly proportional from the side. Hands-on, still big enough in terms of dimension. I'd like to just crisp her up in her edges ever so slightly, and then maybe lengthen her out in her hip, but oh man, she does an absolutely awesome job getting that one shown. And then young man has an absolute meat wagon to go ahead and end up third. That's a big-footed, huge, shaggy sheep who's really just wide-made, really bulky middled, still really proportional from the side, but just from a growth curve aspect, I'd maybe like to lengthen her in her cannon bone, just give her a little bit more extension up front. And then the young lady's ewe lamb that's going to end up fourth just kept kind of growing on me. There's just not a lot of wrong with her. Really flexible in motion, still opened up and grabs plenty fresh. She just maybe doesn't come with the extra bells and whistles as the three ahead, but still a really nice sheep to end up fourth. And then the young lady's weather is just pretty out there in some aspects, incredibly extended up front, super short bladed and tucked up in her chest. And then I really, really like just the roundness of that one's rib cage and the way he grabs up high. I'd like to just stound him up at the surface and maybe give his hind leg I'd like his hind leg to just work a little bit more athletically. But man, there's no denying that one's just ability to grab so fresh. With that being said, I think it was an awfully high quality class. Go and put our hands together for these kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, returning from Class 1, your top two, we have Cooper Vabel and Journey Jensen.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
Boone Staley.
Man, another really nice class, and I always told I wasn't. I've always been told I don't have a great poker face, and this young man brings this weather out, and it didn't take 2 steps in the ring before you just recognize how just elite that thing is. From the side, that guy's proportions are just so awesome. His skeletal system's incredibly organized, and I know maybe he was fighting the young man just a little bit, but it ain't hard to see just how good built that guy is. Put your hands on him, and he's absolutely massive and still incredibly fresh out of the backside of his blade. Ties into a really square and deep loin. Really like our class winner. And then young lady has another really nice ULAM to end up second. She does an absolutely awesome job getting that thing presented. That thing's front end assembly is incredibly neat. I like how tucked up she is in her chest, how progressive she is in her lower body balance. And then the sit to her hip and hind leg is incredibly high quality. It's just pretty unfortunate she ran into a really high quality class winner. And the young man's blue sheep has a lot of neat pieces, and that's kind of what I'm after in terms of being really athletic in their body shape, really neat in their proportions, and then hands-on, that guy's incredibly fresh, and just the edges to his loin and the edges to his rack. I'd like to just stouten him up at the surface and then maybe free up his skeleton a little bit when we get him out in motion. Of a man, that's an awfully neat critter just here from the side. And the young lady's ULAM's going to end up fourth, and just kind of bulletproof in the way that she's made. Really flexible when she gets out in motors. She's opened up and still powerful, and she's proportional enough. I just don't know if she quite comes with the same kind of bells and whistles as those 3 ahead. She's a nickel deeper right there in her chest, longer in her blade, and not nearly as neat in her neck attachment. Of a man, just a pretty fundamental sheep to end up fourth. And then the young lady's weather that's going to end up fifth, I think also has a lot of neat pieces. I really like his front end assembly and how it attaches right there onto his forerib. I really like the shape to his rib cage and how he grabs up high. This is rear skeleton that I'd like to fix in that guy. He's a little bit shorter in his hip and then just doesn't operate his rear leg, maybe to the same capacity as the others. But man, what a high quality class. Let's put our hands together for them kids.
Coming back from Class 2, our top 2 are Hayden Butters and Paisley Hess.
In the show ring, every detail matters.
At Adams Wealth Advisors,
your details
matter to us.
Big J Milling has high-quality wheat flours for the baking industry. They specialize in providing top-grade flour for commercial bakeries, bakery and restaurant distributors, as well as home bakers.
We have our Class 3. Class 3 consists of Jax Johnson, Willow Pontius, Ruger Richens, Evelyn Wilcock, Rayleigh Cox, Christian Rich, Ellie Newman, Kason Hess, Easton Lund, Pepper Terry, Sierra Alley, Ryder Hendrickson, Declan Lish, and Hannah Christensen.
another really high quality class, and probably just the deepest from top to bottom. But much like the last class, this young man Sheep took 2 steps into the ring, and I kind of knew that he was going to be hard to get around. That guy's front end assembly is just built incredibly good. I like the shape to his muzzle. I like how neat he is in his neck attachment, and he's just so tidy and clean up there. And I really just like the shape to his rib cage. I'd like everybody to just put their hands on him, because that guy's just handles incredibly good out of the backside of his shoulder, and then just progressively thickens into an incredibly square yet still deep loin edge. Step off to the side of that guy, and he's just so athletic and his kind. If I had to change it, maybe I'd like just a little bit extra set in his back leg. But man, that's an awfully good one to go ahead and win the class. Young man's Blue Sheep, I like a lot in terms of extension up front. I like how round his rib cage is. I like how hard he is in handling up high. And then I really like his side view shape. He's nickel longer in his blade, and then I'd like to just take a little extra set out of his back leg aesthetically. But man, you just talk about one that paints a pretty impressive picture. Hands-on's really, really fresh. And then young man's U-Lamb is really powerful. That thing's just genuine skeletal width, just roundness of rib cage is really, really good. She's pushing a little bit more condition. She's a little bit softer right there over her body wall. Maybe not as exotic fronted as the other two, but oh man, an awfully good one for him. And then the young lady's U-Lamb is another one that's just really fundamental in her kind. She's opened up, incredibly flexible and still proportional. I just don't quite know if the heel of her loin attaches just quite smooth enough to the front side of her hip. And then aesthetically, I'd like to just rearrange her dock ever so slightly. But man, an awfully good one in terms of just the fundamentals. And then the young man's weather that's going to round out the top 5 is incredibly powerful. That thing's foot size and feature and skeletal width is all really, really good. It's just from a balance and symmetry standpoint. I just don't quite know if his neck attachment, blade, and chest read as high quality as some of the others. But man, what a good class. Put our hands together for these kids.
Returning to us from Class 3, we have Declan Lish and Ruger Richens.
C&K Construction has been building homes for northern Utah families for over 25 years. Their experience and expertise ensure things get done right. Let C&K Construction build the house while you make it a home.
We've got Class 4 coming into the ring now. Class 4 consists of Milo Clark, Marley Bell, Paisley Crowell, Kaylee Barron, Regan Roach, Timon Norman, Tate Craner, Jet Anderson, Kaylee Sorensen, Penny Tingy, Dean Christensen, Kaylee Eddington, and Caden Clark. As we get farther down the road here, we just want everybody to be aware we're going to do our Division I drive after Class 7. Class 7 will be our last class before our Division I drive.
Man, another really high quality set of sheep, and I always sound like a little bit of a broken record, but I saw this young lady's blue ewe lamb come in, and man, it doesn't take a lot to recognize. She's kind of just in a league of her own. That thing's extension up front, and just how short her blade is and tucked up in her chest is really, really good. And it allows her to stay so modern in her lower body balance. And then just the set and posture to her hip and hind legs, incredibly high quality. Hands-on, I really like that sheep in terms of just true dimension, true spread. If I had to change her, maybe I'd like to lean her up just a nickel and maybe just give her a little bit more freer in motion. But man, that's an awfully good one to go ahead and win this class. And then the young lady's ewe lamb that's going to end up second just kept growing on me and growing on me as the more I just started to break them down, because she's pretty just bulletproof in the way she's constructed. She's just plenty proportional from the side. Get her on motion. She's probably my third favorite in terms of just how her skeleton is organized. And then hands-on, that sheep's incredibly tight yet fresh-hided, and it allows for just a pretty impressive grab up high. She's obviously just not in the same league as the one that precedes her. I'd like to rearrange her front end assembly ever so slightly. But man, a pretty fundamental sheep to end up second. And then the young man's Weather that's going to end up third. I thought it was really close between 2 and 3. I prefer your sheep's just extension up front. I prefer how he's just a nickel meter right there at the base of his shoulder. But man, he's starting to fight you a little bit, and it kind of just exaggerates how he's starting to get up in his spine. And then even then, I'd like to add just a nickel more volume right there in his lower leg, and a nickel more shape just wrapped to it as the inner and outer leg as well. But man, I really like the set to his hind leg. And then the young lady's Weather that's going to end up fourth is incredibly extended up front. I like how he grabs out of the backside of his shoulder, just still square and fresh. It's his rear skeleton that gets him beat today. He's a little bit shorter in his hip, and then has too much set built into his back leg, so he's just a little bit awkward when he gets out in motion. And then the young man's what ewe lamb that's going to end up fifth. I like just from a power standpoint, really bulky middle, a lot of spread and dimension up high. It's just from a balance standpoint, maybe she doesn't quite fit together with the same kind of continuity as the four ahead. She just doesn't quite progress in her lower body balance. And then even then, I'd like to reconstruct the way her dock is just ever so slightly. But man, a really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from Class 4, we have Kaylee Eddington and Paisley Crowell.
Central Milling is the farmer, the miller, and the baker working to preserve American farmland for tomorrow while preserving the highest quality of flour and grains to the bakers of today. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company.
Mackenzie Barron, Thomas Nielsen, Jackson Tingy, Wendell Harms, Jace Bingham, Abby Hess, Hayden Huggins, Ava Lish, McKenna Brown, and Landry Flint. We have a Jeep Grand Cherokee on the north side over here by the orange barriers that's blocking in some people that need to leave. If you have a Jeep Grand Cherokee license plate S397AF, if you could please move your car, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Man, another really nice set of sheep, and like I had said the past couple of classes, this young lady, Yulan, comes out here, and oh man, she just kind of grabs your attention. That thing's just proportions and just skeletal organization is kind of in her own league in this set. Hands on, I like how much spread she has. I wish she was just a little bit crisper to her edges, but oh man, the way that her skeleton's put together is very, very good. This young lady's Yuling that's going to end up second. Man, she's opened up, powerful, really, really bulky in her center body. Hands-on, probably my favorite of the set, not only in terms of just the spread she has out of the backside of her shoulder, but still just how fresh she is and how tight-heighted she is. It's her front end assembly, just isn't quite as elegant as the one that beats her. She's a little bit longer right there in her blade, not nearly as progressive in her lower body balance. But man, awesome. Hats off to the management back home getting that one fed. This young lady's Yulam was just growing on me as I started breaking them down because there's not just a lot wrong with her. Aesthetically, I'd like to fix the construction of her dock and maybe pick up her chest a little bit. But you get her out in motion. She's one of my favorites in terms of just true skeletal organization, flexibility. Put your hands on. She's probably my third favorite in just the way that she handles in terms of freshness out of the backside of her blade. This young lady's Weather out here hit me pretty hard coming out of the gate, not only because he's a little bit different colored, but oh man, he's super extended up front, really neat in the way his rib cage is laid onto him. I just like to fix the way his hip is, and then I also like to give him a shot more shape right there in his lower leg. But man, a really, really neat looking sheep for her. And then this young man's Yulam's going to end up 5, just incredibly fundamental in her kind. She's opened up, she's flexible and still proportional. I just like to fix the way her back leg is constructed and then maybe just make her a little neater everywhere. But man, a really high quality set. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from Class 5, we have Ava Lish and Emma Madsen.
Century 21 Naomi, and we are ready to celebrate 100 years of the Box Elder County Fair. From the first ride on the Ferris wheel to your first set of keys, we're here for all of life's big moments. Whether you're buying, selling, expanding the farm, or building your dream home, we've got the know-how and the hometown heart to get it done. Like the fair, we believe in showing up for our neighbors, working hard, and having a whole lot of fun along the way. So grab a scone, chocolate-covered strawberries, and cheer on the rodeo, and remember, wherever you are on your journey, Century 21 Naomi is here to bring you home.
Our next class coming in now is Class 6. Class 6 consists of Jackson Thomas, Taylor Bingham, Hadley Newman, Maggie Bingham, Bodie Wood, Izzy Bingham, Sydney Kaminska, Emma Christensen, Michaela Christensen, Max Parkinson, and Reese Bingham. If If you have a black Jeep Cherokee, license plate S397AF, we need you to move your car. You're blocking some people in that need to head out in the north side by the orange barriers. A black Jeep Cherokee. If you could please move your car. This is just a quick reminder, our Division I drive will take place after Class 7. Division I drive after Class 7.
another nice set of sheep, and maybe it took me a little bit longer to just really sort through and break them down, because you know, there wasn't just one that jumped out and said, use me like the past couple classes we've had, but oh man, I think the top two sheep up here they put a lot of good together. And the young ladies, just went ahead and won for me just because, you know, he hit me the freshest in his kind. I really like that guy's just hide and skin quality. Put your hands on him, and he's my favorite in the way he's just still really square and fresh to the edges of his loin. Step off to the side of that guy, and he's still plenty proportional. You know, I'd like to fix the posture to his back leg and maybe pick him up in his sternum a little bit. But man, I still think he's plenty proportional. And then the young man sheep's going to end up second. You talk about one that's just ripped up in his back, incredibly round in his rib cage, and I really just love the side view shape that he has. It's just a couple aesthetic things where he ends up getting beat. I like to clean him up right there at the base of his shoulder, and then he's just a little bit dingier in his color and a little bit rounder in his hip. So maybe he's just starting to throw off how fresh he can really look. But man, you talk about one that's just been fed right up to this point. The young man's blue ewe lamb's going to end up third, and you know, skeletally I'd like to fix some things in her, but man, she's really extended up front, incredibly opened up, and I like how bulky she is in her center body. And then you handle her, and she has a lot of dimension up high. But like I mentioned, I'd like to fix her right there in her spine, and then I'd like to just reconstruct the way her dock sits into her. And the young man's Weather's going to end up fourth. Man, I think just a really round-bodied, hard-muscled one who's still proportional from the side. I'd like to just really stone him up right there at the surface to kind of match the power that he's working with up high. And then maybe just doesn't quite come with some of the extras as the three ahead of him. And then this young lady's ewe lamb that's going to round out our top five, I think, is one who's just really impressive in her rib cage. I like how her blade really blends into her forerib. I just really like to fix her rear skeleton. She's a little bit shorter in her hip. It doesn't quite utilize her back leg with the same kind of athleticism as some of the sheep that precedes her. But man, a really high quality class. Put our hands together for him.
Coming back from Class 6, we have Izzy Bingham and Max Parkinson.
Capener & Company Real Estate is a full-service property management company here to help you through all your housing needs. They specialize in new construction, commercial, and residential investments and property management.
Coming into the ring now, we have Class 7. Class 7 consists of Russell Holdaway, Cecilia Larson, Opal Swain Schmidt, Carly Esplin, Emily Nilsson, Lucky Terry, Troy Gonzalez, Daisy Bocut, Jaden Redford, Violet Wilcock, Halia Francis, Riley Roach, and Cadence Raider.
Man, another really high quality set, and we're back to where a sheep just kind of prances at a little bit different pace. This young lady's weather is just packed full of so much power, and her ability to still just put it in such a proportional package is just really impressive. I like how his skeleton just allows him to stay so balanced in motion. I wish he was just a little bit freer moving, but oh man, that's a lot of power to be still so proportional. And this young lady's weather is going to end up second. Oh man, I really like just how tall fronted he is. I really like how his rib cage is incredibly bold and bulky. I'd like to just take him back a little bit in terms of his condition. Maybe just fix the posture to his back leg. But man, there's no denying that's a pretty neat looking sheep. And this young lady's sheep's going to end up third, and oh man, that thing's just so round in his rib cage. Oh man, I wish you could just put your hands on him because that guy handles absolutely incredible. I just like to fix his front end. He's just not quite as neat right there in his neck attachment, a little bit longer in his blade, and then also power him up at the surface. And this young man's ewe lamb's going to end up fourth. Oh man, I think just one that's all there in terms of power. Just genuine skeletal width, bulkiness of rib cage is really good. Really proportional in the way she's put together. I just don't quite know if she's just out there in some areas as the other ones. But man, a really good sheep to end up fourth. And this young lady's ewe lamb's going to end up fifth, and I think one that's incredibly tall-fronted. I really like his rib cage. I just don't quite know if he puts it together all perfect in terms of his rear skeleton. A little bit shorter right there in his hip. Doesn't quite use his hind leg to the same degree as the other ones. But man, I think a really nice sheep to end up fifth. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from Class 7, we have Daisy Bocut and Opal Swain Schmidt.
Daisy Pack. Let us meet your expectations. Located in Garland, Utah.
Use Elison Trucking for all your trucking needs. They are big enough to serve, small enough to care. Elison Trucking in Tremonton is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair.
The Utah FFA Association wishes all those involved in this year's county fair good luck.
Coming into the ring now is our first placement exhibitors for our first 7 classes. We have Cooper Vabel, Hayden Butters, Declan Lish, Kaylee Eddington, Ava Lish, Izzy Bingham, and Daisy Bocut. Coming into the ring now is our second place exhibitors from our first 7 classes. We have Journey Jensen, Macy Mello, Ruger Richens, Paisley Crowell, Emma Matson, Max Parkinson, and Opal Swain Schmidt. pardon me, our second place exhibitor from Class 2 is Paisley Hess. Could we get Dave and Trudy Smith to come down to the table at the south end of the show ring? Dave and Trudy Smith, if you could come down to the table.
Man, I think the lightweights are incredibly good. And, man, I think all first and seconds out here come out, and I'm very proud of how the lineup just came together. To be honest, there's about 4 sheep out here that I think are all very deserving of their spot. And I think it gets incredibly close, but there's just a pair of sheep that just fit me a little bit better in terms of just being incredibly athletic, proportional in their look, and just still coming with enough muscle. And I'm just going to go ahead and show you who I think that pair of sheep are.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Division I Reserve Champion, Hayden Butters. And your Division I Champion, Declan Lish.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today.
Hanson Motor Company isn't just another dealership, we're your friends.
And your neighbors.
We grew up here. 4 generations of Hansons have gone to school here.
And we've been part of this community for decades.
And serving the people we know and care about.
As a locally owned and operated business, we understand what matters to you because it matters to us too. At Hanson Motors, you're not just a customer, you're family. We're here for the long haul because we're in this together. Hanson Motors, local, loyal, and proud to serve our community.
With over 60 years of experience and personalized service, Guild Mortgage is your key to home ownership in Box Elder County and beyond. Stop by or give us a call today. Guild Mortgage, own what matters.
JD Truck Repair in Tremonton offers truck and trailer repair services, including new and used tires and mobile service.
For over 15 years, King Farms Trucking has focused on developing lanes that provide excellent service to their customers, as well as providing their drivers with maximum pay, home time, and year-round consistency. Join their team today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Hoffman AI Breeders has been serving the cattle industry for over 38 years. They are a proud supporter of this year's Box Elder County Fair.
By installing Ritchie waterers, you save water while keeping it fresh and always available to your animals. You protect the land by keeping natural water clean and soil healthy. And you conserve power because they're energy efficient. We're committed to helping you create a prosperous, sustainable, and regenerative future. Because we know, like you know, that every saved drop matters. Ritchie, fresh water for life.
Mountain Valley Printing is your one-stop print shop. They print on all apparel, as well as photo prints, copies, canvases, metal prints, banners, and more. Check out their Bear River High School merch shop for amazing swag. They even have fundraising opportunities.
Pizza Plus, made from scratch. Quality pizza, famous for their breadsticks.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
Anderson, Kensington Anderson, Adeline Cable, Sarah Pace, Evelyn Harden, Brighton Brown, Austin Tingy, Annie Kaminska, Connor Brown, Kennedy Richards, and Lily Pugsley.
what a nice way to start off the middleweights, and I think all top 5 are really high quality. But this young man's blue sheep, I think, just puts the most good together. That's a wide skeleton, really powerful kind of sheep, and that when you put your hands on him, hits your hand with a lot of just true dimension and true spread. Now, I'd like to just pick him up in his chest a little bit to make him a little bit more. But man, he's still plenty proportional enough for me to go ahead and use him to win. This young lady's ewe lamb is probably just a little bit more my speed in terms of extension up front, shortness of blade, and just how high quality the set and posture to her hip and hind leg is. My biggest question mark on her was, did she just quite have enough to go ahead and beat the young man in front of him? And I just didn't think so. But still, there's no denying just how good built and good looking that sheep really is. And then this young lady's ewe lamb that's going to end up third, I think is just really fundamental in her kind. That's an opened up, big-footed kind of sheep that's really bulky in her center body. And although proportional, I still like to take her up in her chest and shorten her in her blade to make her just a little bit more athletic in her look. But nonetheless, a really fundamental one for her. And then this young man sheep that's going to end up fourth, I think is extended up front, really proportional from the side, and when you put your hands on him, really, really dimensional. I just don't quite know if the angle to his shoulder is quite good enough because it just doesn't quite allow him to get out and go with the same level of athleticism. And then this young man sheep that's going to end out the top 5, I think, is extended up front, really proportional in the way he's put together, but I'd really like just to fix his rear skeleton. He's a little bit shorter in his hip and straighter in his back leg, but nonetheless a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from Class 8, we have Brighton Brown and Sarah Pace.
Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products.
At Roach Financial Group, take advantage of our Salt Lake City, Utah, and our Tremont, Utah offices. Locally in Tremont, Utah, we have Julie Holmes as our client management specialist. We have Riley Summers as our investment management specialist. And Chrissy Roach as our life, health, and Medicare specialist. When you're with Roach Financial Group, you're with the Cowboys.
Rupp Trucking Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Golden Spike Power Sports is still family owned and operated, serving the Bear River community since 1947. We're here to take care of all your power sport needs, located right on Main Street. Come and check us out and experience the difference.
Our next class coming into the ring is Class 9. Class 9 consists of Jagger Anderson, Haley Collum, Maylee Esplin, Jackson Clark, Stella Bone, Hunter Anderson, Charlie Roach, Chloe Grover, Kai Knight, Madeline Pally, Molly White, and Tawny Collum.
another really nice set of sheep, and outside of our class, when I'm gonna be honest, it was really close, just about 2 through 6 and 7. I think you can kind of swap them whatever way you want, and I'm not gonna really argue with you. But man, this young lady sheep, I think kind of wins pretty easily. That thing's just genuine skeletal width, foot size, and features, pretty just unrivaled in this set. And then she's still really proportional from the side. Man, put your hands on that wether, and he's absolutely massive out of the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to make him just a little bit tidier up front, but there's no denying that one's power. And then this young lady sheep's going to end up second for me, just because I think in terms of the fundamentals, he's the second best at getting that job done. Really, really flexible when he gets out in motion. He's still opened up and powerful enough for me. No, he doesn't come with near the same kind of bells and whistles as the one that's going to go ahead and precede him. But man, I think he's plenty comfortable to end up in second. And then it's really, really close here, three through about 6 or 7, like I had mentioned. But this young lady's ewe lamb, I think, is just the next best in terms of covering the market fundamentals of just width, power, and still being proportional. No, I'd like to redesign her right there in her knee and maybe just give her a little bit more extension up front. But still, I think one that's just really fundamental in her kind. And then this young man's ewe lamb's going to end up 4th, and I think just a little bit more extended up front. I like how she's just a little bit more athletic in her kind. But man, it's pretty obvious that she needs to hook up stronger from the front side of her hip into the heel of her loin, and then still I'd like to just reconstruct her into shape to her dock ever so slightly. And this young man's wether is going to end up 5th, honestly, on account of handle. That guy's really fresh out of the backside of his shoulder, really square and deep in his loin edge. I'd really like to change that guy from a balance perspective. He's not nearly as neat right there in his front end assembly, and then his rear skeleton just doesn't quite fit together. But nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from Class 9, we have Stella Bone and Tawny Collum.
Tremont City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
On behalf of Utah Seed, congratulations to all who participate in the Box Elder County Fair Junior Livestock Auction. Well done! We also want to thank the families, 4-H clubs, farmers, and ranchers who supported these participants in preparing this year's entries. All of us, farmers, ranchers, and Utah Seed are involved in feeding America. Whether you need alfalfa, seed, dryland pasture, cover crops, or 3-way grain mixes, we are here to help with the right products and right information for your needs.
We have Class 10. Class 10 consists of Bailey Roberts, Tinley Overman, Marley Larson, Kendra Ritter, Wakely Wright, Carly Tanner, Brindley Vabel, Hadley Vabel, Daxton Lish, Branson Fawson, Tara Munns, Harris Tingy, Sawyer Barfus, Sarah Redford, and Daxton Norman.
I think we can all agree that we just jumped up the quality quite a bit from that last class. This class is genuinely 5 to 6 deep that I think are all really, really good sheep. But this young man's weather out here just puts so much good together. That guy's incredibly tall fronted, still uniquely short in his blade, really neat in his neck attachment. I really like his just progression of lower body. And like I told them, you put your hands on that guy, and they did an absolutely phenomenal job getting that guy fed and getting him ready out here. I'd be excited to see that guy back in the drive. This young man sheep's going to end up second. You talk about one that's just incredibly powerful, incredibly big right there behind his shoulder. I like to just change him to the set to his back leg and then make him a little bit more elegant up front. But man, you talk about one that's just incredibly powerful. And this young lady's sheep in 3, man, I was excited to see him come out here, and I think he just put so much good together. But I have to be honest, that guy's just a little bit too juicy for me. You put your hands on him, he's just a little bit too soft. But man, you talk about one that's so proportional, built absolutely incredible, and still just genuinely wide skeleton. This young lady sheep's going to end up 4th, and I still think awfully good in terms of the things that he can do. I really like the turn to his rib cage. He's really ripped up in his back, and then he's still proportional from the side. But there's a couple things that we could fix. I'd like to clean him up right there at the base of his shoulder, pick him up in his chest to just make him a little bit more elegant. And then this young man's weather is going to end up 5, and I think in terms of just genuine skeletal width, foot size, feature, and power, he's all there. It's just from a proportion standpoint. He's a little bit longer right there in his blade, a little bit deeper in his chest, and then shorter in his neck. But nonetheless, a really, really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these awesome kids.
Coming back from Class 10, we have Daxton Lish and Branson Fawson.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State University, Brigham City. Student success is our top priority. We offer over 120 degrees, certificates, and programs, plus on-campus childcare to empower students and their families. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit statewide.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Brigham City or Tremonton.
In the Valley, hard work isn't just a tradition, it's a way of life. That's why folks trust Valley Implement to keep things running strong. We carry trusted names like Case IH, Coyote, and Bobcat, brands built to work as hard as you do. Whether you're moving dirt, cutting hay, or working the land, we've got you covered.
At Valley Implement, we're grateful for this opportunity, and it's our privilege to support the youth of Box Elder County.
Bentley Smith, Cutler Van Tassel, Etta Nelson, Lexi Holdaway, Layla Palmer, Kyron Majors, Hadley Talbot, Amy Ritter, Jarrett Gibbs, Elizabeth Hales, Nash Dickamore, and Coy Nelson. For those of you returning to watch our Division II drive, we will hold our Division II drive after Class 14. we do want to take a second and thank everybody for coming out today. This year's is specifically special for it's our 100-year celebration. In order to commemorate that, we do have a banner on the north side of the barn that is free for you guys to go and take some photos and show that you were here for our 100-year celebration. You're not going to get to do that every year. So we got that banner over on the front side on the north end of the barn. If you want to head over and take some photos, that is there for you guys to use. Thank you.
I think we have a really high quality pair of sheep up top, but this young lady's ewe lamb kind of just motors at a different speed, if you will. That thing's so proportional, incredibly organized in her skeleton, and then absolutely massive out of the backside of her shoulder. I'd like to pick her up in her chest just a little bit, but man, I really like to set to that one's hip and hind leg. Young lady brings an awfully nice ewe lamb to end up second. I love that thing's rib cage and how her shoulder lays onto it. And then you put your hands on her, and she's incredibly fresh in her shape up high. I just don't quite know if she's built to the same level as the one that beats her. She's a little bit straighter right there in her shoulder and knee. And then aesthetically, I'd like to take a little bit of that extra set out of her back leg, but nonetheless a really high quality one. And then I think it's really close from third down to sixth, but this young lady that's going to end up third, I think does so in motion. You watch that thing get out and travel, and he stays really collected in his chest, really like that one's roundness of rib. Put your hands on him, and he's one of my favorite in terms of just being incredibly fresh. But if I had to change him, obviously, I'd like to just stouten him up at the surface, make him just a little bit neater in his balance. This young lady's blue ewe that's going to end up fourth, I think, is really bulky in her center body. You can see how upstanding she is in her rack. But I'd like to fix her in her neck attachment, pick her up in her chest, and also I'd like to stouten her up at the surface. And this young lady's wether that's going to end up fifth, I think, in terms of just genuine foot size, genuine skeletal width, and boldness of body is really good. I would like to just make her a little bit neater balanced. He's a little bit deeper in his chest, a little bit tighter in his spine. Nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together.
Coming back from Class 11, we have Bentley Smith and Layla Palmer.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The bond between us is not a yoke. It's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
Carter, Skylee Douglas, Jace Rich, Bexley Bingham, Elsie Harris, Coulter Nielsen, and Chloe Cronin. If anybody has seen Skyly Bittner, please let us know here at the front table. Skyly Bittner, we're looking for. She's a 4-year-old little girl. She's got blonde hair and a ponytail, wearing a pink shirt. If anybody has seen her, please up to the front table. Thank you.
Another really high quality set, and I'll be honest, this young lady's blue sheep isn't the most powerful, but man, when she gets that guy stuck, I really like just the kind of silhouette and continuity of lines that he can pull together. That's a neat muzzled extended sheep who's really tall at the base of his shoulder, really picked up in his chest, still modern enough in his lower body balance, and like I told her, they did an absolutely awesome job on getting that guy fed and getting his hide really fresh. This young lady's whether that's going to end up second, I think, is just opened up, powerful, and I really like when you put your hands on that guy. Plus, he's just really proportional from the side. I just don't quite know if he comes with the same kind of just elevation up front, and then I just don't quite know if he hits me as neat. And as well, I'd like to just take a little bit of that extra set out of his back leg, but nonetheless, just a really fundamental, solid kind of weather to end up second. And this young lady's ewe-lamb, I think, has a bunch of just really cool pieces. That thing's really short blade and tucked up in her chest. Really like just the roundness of that one's rib cage, like how hard she is touching. But you get her out and circle her, and then her frailer back leg just doesn't quite work to the same level as the two ahead of her. And I just like to fix her off both ends of her skeletons in terms of just a flexibility standpoint. But still, a ewe with a lot of neat pieces. And this young lady's whether that's going to end up fourth, kind of fighting her a little bit. But, I mean, if you really dig down and start to read the quality in that guy, that's a genuinely big-footed, shaggy-legged kind of sheep that's just really opened up and powerful. I'd like to fix him in his front end. He's starting to get a little bit of U-neck right there at the top side of his shoulder. He's a little bit longer bladed and deeper chested. Plus, I'd still like to just level him out through his hip. And this young lady's going to end up 5th on the account that he handles with just a massive back. He takes that back into a really square, deep loin. I would like to take him back just a little bit in terms of condition, make him a little bit more elevated up front. But nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from Class 12, we have Skyly Douglas and Elsie Harris.
This year is a special one as we celebrate 100 years of the Box Elder County Fair and Golden Spike Rodeo. Thanks to all those who make the fair possible, to all the supporters and hardworking kids. We sure do love the Box Elder County Fair.
Meet the dedicated veterinarians at Bear River Animal Hospital. Whether you have small or large animals, they can provide high-quality, customized vet services, including exams, vaccinations, surgery, dentistry, x-rays, and ultrasound. Make an appointment at 435-257-7455.
Coming into the ring now, we have Class 13. Class 13 consists of Sage Mansell, Presley Page, April Hain, Stratton Clarkson, Parker Clark, Kensley Jorgensen, Holden Worthington, Joshua Pugsley, Victoria Mitchell, Carlin Cronin, Lucy Barfus, Janie White, James Kaminska, and Elena Parker.
another really nice set of sheep, and this young lady's whether that's going to go ahead and win the class. I'm pretty confident, just puts the most good together and just is the closest to being my kind. That's a tall fronted, elevated kind of sheep who's really round in his rib cage. Really like the set to that guy's hip and hind leg and how he gets out and just motors so athletically. You know, if I was going to change him, I'd maybe just clean him up right there at the base of his shoulder, but nonetheless, that's a really high quality one to go ahead and win. This young lady sheep that's going to end up second, I mean, you talk about just a wide skeleton, bold-bodied, massive backed one. I'd like to change him in his front skeleton. He's a little bit U-necked right there at the top side of his shoulder, a little bit longer bladed and deeper chested, so maybe not as sporty from the side as the one that's going to go ahead and win. And this young lady's sheep, his best view is actually when he gets out in motion. That guy's angles just allow him to stay so collected. Put your hands on him, and he's really fresh in his hide, really fresh in his shape. I just don't quite know if he comes with the same kind of balance or overwhelming power as the two ahead, but nonetheless, a really solid spot to end up in third. This young man's sheep that's going to end up in fourth, I think, is one that's just pretty fundamental in his kind. He's opened up, really flexible and still proportional. I just don't quite know if he comes with the same kind of bells and whistles as the three ahead, and then even then, I'd like to just change him in the way his front end is built. But nonetheless, a really fundamental sheep to end up fourth. This young lady's ewe-lamb hit me pretty hard when he came out. I really like that thing's extension up front. Really like the set to that one's hip and hind leg. She just doesn't quite put it together from the side for me. A little bit easier in her spine, and then her front end assembly isn't quite as neat and tidy as I really wanted it to be. But nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from Class 13, we have Janie White and Presley Page.
We deeply appreciate your participation in this week's county fair and rodeo. Your presence adds to the vibrancy of our community. Thank you for visiting Tremonton and being a part of our journey.
Coming into the ring, we have Class 14. Class 14 consists of Jaylee Stone, Taylor Manso, Braxton Boyce, Hunter Clark, Alina Hess, Jersey Bybee, Channy Rhodes, Isaac Garcia, Taggart Steed, Jason Topham, Elsie Hall, Blakeland Broadhead, Macy Staley, and Cheyenne Ellis. We will be holding our Division II drive directly after this class. Division II drive on deck. If we could get KM Club Lambs and Lynn and Michelle Martineau to come to the front table, please.
I'm going to try to get this through a little bit smooth. I don't really want to single anybody out, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is what this industry is just all about. Just coming together and bonding together as brothers and sisters, and being able to come out here and show against your competitors. This young man's weather out came out in the class, and I'm going to be honest, he kind of won rather routinely. That's a big-legged, wide-constructed kind of sheep who they did an absolutely awesome job getting that guy's just hide so fresh. His shape up high is incredibly firm. Now there's a couple of things I'd like to change in him. Maybe pick him up in his chest and then fix the set to his back leg. But man, there's no denying that sheep's just in a different league out here. This young man's sheep that's going to end up second, I think awfully tall fronted. Really neat when you step off to the side of him. I'd like to power him up at the surface, but you get that guy out in motion and he's just so athletic and able to stay so collected. This young lady's sheep that's going to end up third, I think just a fundamental kind of weather who's opened up. He's powerful, really bold in his center body. It's just the extra things that are going to get him beat today. He's a little bit shorter right there in his neck, a little bit frailer in his feature. So maybe he just hits you a nickel more conventional in his kind, but one who just does the fundamentals right. This young lady's ewe-lamb, I think, has a lot of neat pieces. That's a really neat and tidy front end to put on a really big caboose. I really like how she progresses in her lower body balance. It's just her skeleton that just inhibits her ability to get up any higher. She's a little bit straighter in her shoulder and shorter in her hip, so when you watch her get in motion, she's just a little bit tight for me. And this young lady's ewe-lamb that's going to end up fifth is another one that's just really fundamental in her kind. That one's genuinely big-footed and shaggy-legged, really wide skeletoned and powerful. It's like I mentioned, it's the extra things. I wish her fit job was just blended a little bit neater. She's a little bit longer right there in her blade and starts to just throw off her look from the side. But nonetheless, a really high-quality class, really good winner. Let's put our hands together for him.
Coming back from class 14, we have Taggart Steed and Jason Topham.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small and large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
Bentley Smith, Skylee Douglas, Janie White, and Taggart Steed. Entering the ring now is our second place exhibitors from each class. These exhibitors are Sarah Pace, Tawny Collum, Branson Fossen, Layla Palmer, Elsie Harris, Presley Page, and Jason Topham. We want to take just a minute and thank our Division II buckle sponsors. Our sponsors are here to help with our buckles. We really wouldn't be able to put this show on without them. Our champion buckle sponsor comes from KM Club Lambs. Our reserve champion buckle sponsor comes from Lynn and Michelle Martineau and Ron Keller Tire. Let's go ahead and give our sponsors a nice big round of applause.
quality division out here, and I think every single class winner and second definitely are very deserving of their spot. There's a lot of sheep that just hit me with a lot of quality, but I'm going to be honest, there's just a pair of them that hit me just a nickel harder than the others, and I kind of showed that in class, but I'm going to put the mic down and get you a grand in reserve, and then I'm going to shake the hand in order of what I think they should be placed.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Division II champion, Daxton Lish. And your Division II reserve champion, Bentley Smith.
In the show ring, every detail matters.
At Adams Wealth Advisors,
Your details
matter to us.
Big J Milling has high-quality wheat flours for the baking industry. They specialize in providing top-grade flour for commercial bakeries, bakery and restaurant distributors, as well as home bakers.
C&K Construction has been building homes for northern Utah families for over 25 years. Their experience and expertise ensure things get done right. Let C&K Construction build the house while you make it a home.
Central Milling is the farmer, the miller, and the baker working to preserve American farmland for tomorrow while preserving the highest quality of flour and grains to the bakers of today. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company.
Century 21 Naomi, and we are ready to celebrate 100 years of the Box Elder County Fair. From the first ride on the Ferris wheel to your first set of keys, we're here for all of life's big moments. Whether you're buying, selling, expanding the farm, or building your dream home, we've got the know-how and the hometown heart to get it done. Like the fair, we believe in showing up for our neighbors, working hard, and having a whole lot of fun along the way. So grab a scone, chocolate-covered strawberries, and cheer on the rodeo, and remember, wherever you are on your journey, Century 21 Naomi is here to bring you home.
Capener & Company Real Estate is a full-service property management company here to help you through all your housing needs. They specialize in new construction, commercial, and residential investments and property management. Daisy Pack. Let us meet your expectations. Located in Garland, Utah.
Use Elison Trucking for all your trucking needs. They are big enough to serve, small enough to care. Elison Trucking in Tremonton is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair.
The Utah FFA Association wishes all those involved in this year's county fair good luck.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today.
Hanson Motor Company isn't just another dealership, we're your friends.
And your neighbors. We grew up here. 4 generations of Hansons have gone to school here.
And we've been part of this community for decades.
And serving the people we know and care about.
As a locally owned and operated business, we understand what matters to you because it matters to us too. At Hanson Motors, you're not just a customer, you're family. We're here for the long haul because we're in this together. Hanson Motors, local, loyal, and proud to serve our community.
White, Sadie Bingham, Layla Loveland, and Elias Cable. If there happen to be anybody who's interested in becoming a future Buckle sponsor, you can get some information down here at the front table on the south end of the barn. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, come on down and get the information you need.
nice way to start off the light heavies with this young man's ewe lamb out here. And, you know, she's a kind of just a little bit different than the rest. That's a really elegant front-end one that's pencil-necked. Really like her neck attachment, how short-bladed she is. She really reads really modern right there in her underline. But my favorite shot of her is when you get her out in motion. She's just so organized in her skeletal system. Now, I admit, yeah, I'd like to power her up a little bit. And, you know, it's definitely where the weather in second goes ahead and has the upper hand. Hands on that sheep in second, and man, he's absolutely massive out of the backside of his shoulder, really, really square and deep in his loin edge. It's just from a couple balance perspectives where he's going to end up getting beat. He's a little bit longer in his blade, a little bit deeper in his chest, so maybe he just isn't quite as elevated or neat up through his front end, but nonetheless, a really good handling one for her. And this young man's sheep that's going to end up third, I think, is just kind of the meat and potatoes type. He's proportional from the side. He's flexible in motion. Still plenty good enough when you put your hands on him. I just really like to fix his rear pasterns. He's getting a little bit soft there. He's also a little rounder in his dock and a little bit straighter in his shoulder, but nonetheless, a really solid one for him. And this young man's ewe lamb that's going to end up fourth in terms of just genuine skeletal width, roundness of body, and power up high. That sheep is definitely all there. I just like to pick her up in her chest, make her a little bit more extended up front, and make her run uphill, but nonetheless a really powerful one for her. And young lady's going to end up fifth. And you correct a couple things the ewe lamb in front of you doesn't do. You're taller fronted, kind of later maturing, and you're really fresh when you put your hands on you. But man, we really got to start powering you up. We got to open you up in your lower skeleton and really give you some extra power at the surface. But nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from class 15, we have Gavin Palmer and Sadie Bingham.
With over 60 years of experience and personalized service, Guild Mortgage is your key to home ownership in Box Elder County and beyond. Stop by or give us a call today. Guild Mortgage, own what matters.
JD Truck Repair in Tremont offers truck and trailer repair services, including new and used tires and mobile service.
Team consists of Sophie Williams, Hallie Brigger, Ella Lish, Rayleigh Anderson, Sadie Redford, Kylie Ritter, Addison Tanner, Hayden Rader, Sage Garn, Knox Dallin, Brinley Bell, Adelaide Parker, Kenna Throop, and Drake Young.
And I definitely think one of the highest quality classes we've seen just from top to bottom. Oh man, these top 5 all do things that I really, really enjoy to just look at. But this young lady sheep in front just hits me the hardest in her kind. That thing's the tallest fronted, the neatest in his muzzle shape. He's really dead level right there back into his dock. Put your hands on that guy and he's super fresh and square out of the backside of his shoulder. But where he wins it for me is just when you get that guy to circle, he just stays so athletic and still stays so collected in his just his top line and balance. That's a really, really good one to go ahead and win. This young lady sheep in second, man, he came out here and hit me really, really hard. That's a really opened up, really bold-bodied sheep. Put your hands on him. He's my favorite. They did an absolutely awesome job getting that guy ready. It's just a couple of things for me that I'd like to change. I'd like to shorten him in the length of his blade and pick him up in his chest just to make him a little bit more progressive in his lower body. But man, an absolutely awesome one to end up second. This young lady's ewe lamb just kept growing on me. There's a lot of pieces in that gal that I really, really enjoy. That's a thin-necked one that attaches it really high on the top side of a really short shoulder. Really good right there in her lower body balance. I love just the turn to that one's rib cage, the way she grabs up high. It's in motion where she's going to end up getting beat. She's a little bit straighter in her shoulder, and it starts to cause her to just run downhill ever so slightly. Still wish we had just a little bit more athleticism in that rear skeleton. Nonetheless, a sheep with a lot of very unique pieces. This young man's weather, that's going to end up 4th today. You talk about one who's just incredibly fundamental, super basic in his build, powerful, all those things fit him very well. I just think he's starting to show a little bit more maturity in terms of just having a little bit more condition over his body wall and being just a little bit more mature right there at the base of his chest. But nonetheless, a really high quality fundamental one to end up 4th. This young lady's sheep that's 5th does a lot of things that I really enjoy to just break down. That's an extended fronted sheep who's incredibly tall shouldered. You get him out in circle and he might be my favorite in terms of just skeletal organization. It's just when she starts to get into him, he's starting to fall apart a little bit in his top line, and then he just doesn't quite come with near the same kind of punch, same kind of power as those 4 ahead. Nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for him.
Coming back from class 16, we have Sage Garn and Addison Tanner.
For over 15 years, King Farms Trucking has focused on developing lanes that provide excellent service to their customers, as well as providing their drivers with maximum pay, home time, and year-round consistency. Join their team today.
Kent's is your one-stop shop for fresh produce, bakery items, deli, and meat. Stop by today for fast, friendly service.
Class 17 consists of Daxton Dallin, Addison Harms, Abby Anderson, Brooklyn Harrison, Taylor Nye, London Thomas, Marley Bittner, Molly Canfield, Indiana Earl, Shelby Kimber, Isabella Hales, and Jackson Nelson.
So who's looking for you? Just one guy? So you're playing...
Guys, we have to spread out. Yeah, let's
So you're playing ditch the dummies.
I told right.
You sure about that?
Okay, he's
I don't know if Dana knows.
another nice set of sheep, and this young man's weather came out here and just kind of dominated from the get-go. Yeah, I'll admit I'd like to just take him back a little bit in terms of his condition, but man, he can just paint an absolutely proportional image from the side. Watch that guy get out and travel. Not only does he just stay so square, but he's super athletic. And then you put your hands on him, and I mentioned he was a little bit soft, but man, he's absolutely massive out of the backside of his shoulder, really, really big back into his loin. This young lady's ewe lamb just kept kind of growing on me as they progressed. I like a lot of things that she does. She's really extended up front, really round-bodied, and probably my favorite when you put your hands on her. Really, really fresh out of the backside of her shoulder. And there's definitely a couple of things that I'd like to change. I'd like to make her just a nickel more athletic all the way throughout. Her hind leg probably doesn't operate with the same level of capacity as the one that beats her, but there's no denying that she definitely has a lot of pieces. This young lady's whether that's going to end up third is just kind of the meat and potatoes type. That's a real flexible, still proportional one who's plenty dimensional when you put your hands on him. Now, he's not nearly as elegant as up front as maybe the top two. He's a little bit shorter necked, a little bit deeper chested. And then I'd like him to have just a little bit more flex out of his hip and hind leg. But nonetheless, a really powerful, really fundamental kind of sheep to end up third. This young lady's blue sheep hit me pretty hard coming out of the gate. I like that thing's front end assembly, really like his roundness of rib. You put your hands on that guy and he's really, really good. It's just when he gets out in motion, I'd like to fix his lower skeleton. He just doesn't quite use his hind leg with the same kind of flex, same kind of comfort as the three that beat him, but there's no denying that guy paints a pretty cool picture from the side. This young lady's whether that's going to end up fifth is another one that's just really fundamental in his kind. He's opened up, he's flexible, still proportional, but he definitely doesn't come with the same kind of bells and whistles. A little bit longer in his blade, tighter in his flank. Still like to reconstruct him in his dock. Nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for him.
Coming back from Class 17, we have Daxton Dallin and Abby Anderson.
Hoffman AI Breeders has been serving the cattle industry for over 38 years. They are a proud supporter of this year's Box Elder County Fair.
By installing Ritchie waterers, you save water while keeping it fresh and always available to your animals. You protect the land by keeping natural water clean and soil healthy. And you conserve power because they're energy efficient. We're committed to helping you create a prosperous, sustainable, and regenerative future. Because we know, like you know, that every saved drop matters. Ritchie, fresh water for life.
Mountain Valley Printing is your one-stop print shop. They print on all apparel, as well as photo prints, copies, canvases, metal prints, banners, and more. Check out their Bear River High School merch shop for amazing swag. They even have fundraising opportunities.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 18. Class 18 consists of Oakley Miles, Easton Scheme, Chance Nelson, Carson Miner, Sadie Harris, Perry Douglas, Abby Pelch, Paisley Blackner, Finley Sanders, Maxwell Pally, Alexandra Barron, McNally Pally, and Harley Murphy.
Man, really high quality set, and this top pair couldn't be more different. And you know, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch it or do whatever way you wanted to do it. I can't really argue with you, but this young lady's weather out front just fits my kind a little bit better. Oh man, he's just so athletic in his kind. He paints an absolutely beautiful picture from the side. Watch that guy get out in motion, and he's just so comfortable and still able to just present himself so good. Put your hands on him, and he's really square and fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. Now, if I were to change him, yeah, I'd like to power him up a little bit, maybe fix him right there in his loin edge, but there's no denying just the kind of quality that guy brings to the table. This young man's weather that's going to end up in second is just an absolute meat wagon in terms of just power. That's a huge-footed, really wide skeleton sheep who's incredibly bold-bodied. I told him, you put your hands on that guy, and they fed him absolutely perfect. Got his skin and hair really good. It's just the kind of sheep that he represents is maybe not just suited to me. He's just a little bit shorter and quicker in his kind, a little bit longer in his blade and shorter in his neck. But man, that's an absolutely good one. Young lady's going to end up third, and you kind of combine some of the things up front. You're long-sided, tall-fronted, and still powerful. You just don't quite hit me as hard as your kind, and honestly, that's a little bit to do with his hide color and then the fact that I'd like to reconstruct him in his dock, but that's definitely still a really good sheep. Young lady's weather that's going to end up fourth just kept kind of growing on me as I started to break him down. That's a fundamental kind of sheep who's flexible. He's still opened up and muscular. There's just the extra things that are going to get him beat. He's not nearly as comfortable the way his front end is assembled. He's still just a little bit straighter in his back leg, but nonetheless one that's really fundamental in his kind. This young lady's ewe-lamb that's going to end up fifth is really opened up, really powerful. It's just when you get him in motion, he doesn't stay nearly as comfortable. She doesn't stay nearly as comfortable or collected, but there's no denying that one's power. Really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for him.
Returning from Class 18, we have Perry Douglas and Carson Miner.
Pizza Plus, made from scratch. Quality pizza, famous for their breadsticks.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 19. Class 19 consists of Charlie Stewart, Lily Topham, Lyndon Smith, Wiley Williams, Michael Gonzalez, Baylor Bingham, Bridger Nelson, Cohen Dickamore, Ross Dow, Lexi Lund, Maisie Jane Pali, Madison Burrup, and Tyler Nelson. We just want to give everybody a reminder, our champion photographer, Chloe Stokes, will be taking pictures of all the division champions in the northwest corner of the barn. So after all of the shows are completed today. So once our lamb show is completely finished, if you're a division champion, we need you to go to the northwest corner of the barn for your picture. You need to have a picture to be shown in the Champions Parade. So please make sure that you get that taken care of after the show.
Really, really high quality pair of sheep up top. And oh man, I don't care which way you go because the sheep in second is probably a little more athletic in motion, but the sheep up front's just a little bit neater in his pieces. I really like the shape to that guy's muzzle. He's really, really neat and tidy up front. He's picked up in his chest and really modern in his lower body balance. I like the posture to that guy's hip and hind leg. Put your hands on him. He's absolutely massive out of the backside of his shoulder. Really, really like how his loin edge just really ties square and deep into him. You get him out in motion, maybe he starts to drop his front end a little bit. Like I mentioned, that's probably where the sheep in second definitely holds his advantage. You get that sheep in second out motoring, and he's really athletic in his kind. When you step in behind him, maybe he isn't nearly as powerful as the one that's going to go ahead and win the class, but there's no denying that guy's really athletic and super proportional in his kind. Really high quality pair of sheep to go ahead and start. This young man's sheep that's going to end up third is really fundamental in his kind. He's opened up, muscular, and still proportional from the side. I wish he had a little bit more foot and bone underneath of him to really start to play with the top two. Maybe we get that guy just a little bit better presented, but no doubt a really fundamental sheep to end up third. Young lady's sheep that's going to end up fourth is another really opened up, powerful one. Love that guy when you get your hands on him. He's really massive out of the backside of his shoulder. Just don't quite think he blends his pieces just perfect from the side. Wish that guy too could be powered up at the surface in terms of foot and feature. Young man's weather that's going to end up fifth is another really fundamental kind of sheep. He's flexible and proportional, really bold in his center body. I wish just from a composition standpoint that guy could be a nickel leaner. And then his hip and hind leg just doesn't quite operate with the same kind of comfort, same kind of flexibility as the four that beat him. No doubt though, really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from class 19, we have Lyndon Smith and Addiston Burrow.
Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting. Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 20. Class 20 consists of Whitten Williams, Avery Kimber, McCade Hess, Tegan Knowles, Kirk Nielsen, Cole Craner, Corey Garn, Hazen Tanner, Lakin Norman, Ashlyn Nelson, and Wynn Bankhead. If you're returning to watch our Division 3 drive, we are going to do that right after Class 21.
Man, that top pair is close, and I don't think you could make them more different in their kind. This young man sheep out front just hits me a little bit harder. You talk about one that's so tall-fronted, so progressive in his lower body balance, and I absolutely love the way that guy's hip and hind leg just operates when you get him out and circle him. Hands-on, I'd make maybe just freshen him up in the right there to the edges of his rack and the edges of his loin. But I'm going to call that good enough because just the silhouette that guy can put together is pretty unique. Now, if you want to talk about just genuine skeletal width, genuine muscularity, and definitely the best handling sheep I've had today, then it's the young ladies in second. It's just hard for me to get around his front end. You watch that guy out in motion, and it doesn't really take seeing him in motion, to be honest, to realize, he's going to drop out of his chest and not be nearly as neat in his neck attachment. But man, an absolutely awesome job by management getting that guy ready. Young man's whether that's going to end up third is just a very powerful kind of sheep. Huge-legged, really wide constructed and bold-bodied. He's just not nearly as neat in his type and kind compared back to the two ahead of him. Just a little bit not nearly as neat everywhere, to be honest with you. Starting to show a little bit of maturity right there through his front end, but definitely an awfully high-quality one to end up third. And it's close between 4 and 5, in my opinion. Another pair of sheep who couldn't be more different in their kind. This young lady's whether that's going to end up fourth is just a little bit more athletic. You get him out in motion, he's very flexible. I like the shape to his rib cage and the kind of fresh shape that he handles with up high. No, he's not super elegant up front, but I'm perfectly fine with that when he can put it together in such an organized package. A young man sheep that's going to end up fifth is definitely more powerful, definitely bolder bodied and bigger backed, but you get him out in motion, he starts to fall apart. Really, really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from Class 20, we have Whitten Williams and Corey Garn.
At Roach Financial Group, take advantage of our Salt Lake City, Utah, and our Tremont, Utah offices. Locally in Tremont, Utah, we have Julie Holmes as our client management specialist. We have Riley Summers as our investment management specialist, and Chrissy Roach as our life, health, and Medicare specialist. When you're with Roach Financial Group, you're with the Cowboys.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Nevaeh Boer, Max Carter, Emmett Larson, Rhett Fellens, Maylee Hobbs, Griff Staton, Kaylee Lund, Austin Miner, and Canyon Bocut.
Man, another really high quality pair of sheep up top, and man, it's really, really close, but I just love the sheep that this young man represents. Just so athletic in his kind. That guy's really neat in the shape to his muzzle. I like his neck attachment. He's still short-bladed enough to be progressive in his lower body balance, but to be honest, where he really wins is his hip and hind leg posture is just kind of on a different level in terms of just the set to it and still the utilization of it. Put your hands on that guy, and he's really, really fresh. This young man's sheep that's going to end up second definitely has the advantage in terms of just true power, just turn to his center body. When you get him out of motion, I just don't know if I'm as comfortable with his hind leg when he has a little bit too much set into it and starts to push to the outer edges of his skeleton, but nonetheless a really proportional sheep that's super, super powerful. This young man's ewe-lamb is going to end up third, and one of my favorites when you put your hands on her. She's massive out of the backside of her blade, and really square in her loin. Step off to the side, and she's plenty proportional. I just don't know if she comes with the same kind of bells and whistles as the really high-quality pair up top, but still a really fundamental sheep that's powerful, really, really good handling. This young man's weather is going to end up fourth. I like shoulders back. That's a really round-bodied sheep who's good in the set to his hip and hind leg. Watch him get out in circle, and he's really flexible, but he just starts to drop his chest. I think they're going to cause that to the fact that he's a little bit straighter in his shoulder and not nearly as smooth in his neck attachment, but another one that's good from his shoulders back. This young lady's weather is going to end up fifth, and I understand he's really straight off either end of his skeleton, but man, I wish you guys could put your hands on him. That's a really round-bodied sheep who's probably my favorite when you put your hands on him. That guy's really fresh and square behind his shoulder, really deep and square into the edges of his loin, but man, we got to fix his skeleton if he's going to move up any higher. Really, really high-quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for him.
Returning from Class 21, we have Austin Miner and Canyon Bowcut. Coming into the ring now is our Division III Champion Drive. These are our first place exhibitors from Class 15 through 21. We have Gavin Palmer, Sage Garn, Daxton Dallin, Perry Douglas, Lyndon Smith, Witten Williams, and Austin Miner. Coming in now is our second place exhibitors from classes 15 through 21. We have Sadie Bingham, Addison Tanner, Abby Anderson, Carson Miner, Addiston Burrup, Corey Garn, and Canyon Bowcut. Our Division 3 buckle sponsors. For our champion buckle sponsor, we have Steve Eddington family. And our reserve champion buckle sponsor is Mad Max the Realtor and Caldwell Banker Tugaw Realtors. Let's give them a nice big round of applause. We really couldn't do this without them.
Man, what a really high quality set of lightweight sheep, or light heavyweight sheep. I mean, I think all of them are really, really good. And more specifically, there's 4 or 5 of them that just hit me pretty hard. And then of the 5, there's just a pair of sheep that, although they're a little bit different in their kind, I just really, really like what they represent. I'm going to go ahead and put the mic down and get you the 2 that I think are just my favorite.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Division III champion, Lyndon Smith. And your Division III reserve champion, Witten Williams.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Golden Spike Power Sports is still family owned and operated, serving the Bear River community since 1947. We're here to take care of all your power sport needs, located right on Main Street. Come and check us out and experience the difference. Tremont City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
On behalf of Utah Seed, congratulations to all who participated in the Box Elder County Fair Junior Livestock Auction. Well done! We also want to thank the families, 4-H clubs, farmers, and ranchers who supported these participants in preparing this year's entries. All of us, farmers, ranchers, and Utah Seed are involved in feeding America. Whether you need alfalfa, seed, dryland pasture, cover crops, or 3-way grain mixes, we are here to help with the right products and right information for your needs.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State University, Brigham City. Student success is our top priority. We offer over 120 degrees, certificates, and programs, plus on-campus childcare to empower students and their families. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit statewide.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Brigham City or Tremonton.
In the Valley, hard work isn't just a tradition, it's a way of life.
That's why folks trust Valley Implement to keep things running strong. We carry trusted names like Case IH, Coyote, and Bobcat, brands built to work as hard as you do. Whether you're moving dirt, cutting hay, or working the land, we've got you covered.
At Valley Implement, we're grateful for this opportunity, and it's our privilege to support the youth of Box Elder County.
Rudd Funeral Home is a locally owned family-operated business. Joe Rudd and his family, as well as their devoted staff, are committed to providing you with the best service possible during a difficult time. Their beautiful facilities have all the necessary amenities. A large viewing room can also double as a smaller, more intimate funeral chapel. The chapel is even equipped with streaming capabilities to make sure family and friends are connected no matter how far they may be. Rudd Funeral Home is there to help you in your time of need. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting. Rock and Roll Construction Products, providing U-Cart concrete and landscaping products.
At Roach Financial Group, take advantage of our Salt Lake City, Utah, and our Tremont, Utah offices. Locally in Tremont, Utah, we have Julie Holmes as our client management specialist. We have Riley Summers as our investment management specialist, and Chrissy Roach as our life, health, and Medicare specialist. When you're with Roach Financial Group, you're with the Cowboys.
Rupp Trucking and Excavating is a family-owned and operated construction business specializing in site prep and site utilities. Brothers Blaine and Brent Rupp have spent the last 45 years priding themselves on a project well done. What began small has turned into a company of over 70 employees and includes work such as demolition, sewer and water installation, earthwork, septic systems, and waste containers. Rupp's operates several gravel pits and offers both delivery and pickup. Contact Rupp's for your construction needs.
Schooler, let's get growing. Your partner for grain and feed, merchandising, marketing, storage, and logistics.
Entering the ring now is our first class for Division 4. This is Class 22. Class 22 consists of Porter Couch, Chase Bittner, Harley Adams, Jesse Dow, Riley Yates, Ellery Woodruff, Brigham Rowley, Baylor Bocut, Brinley Roberts, Caden Garner, Brinley Goodsill, Noah Horsley, and Xander Skeen. Division 4 consists of classes 22 through 28.
A really nice set of sheep, but I'm going to be honest, this young man's ewe lamb was the first sheep to come out, and I knew that she was going to be pretty tough to beat. That's an absolutely such a proportional image from the side. I love her skeletal organization and how she can get out and motor so athletically, but keep her top line balance in check. I like her front end assembly. You know, she's not out there in terms of just being super tucked up in her chest, but man, it just fits her so good. Everything on that sheep blends absolutely perfect. Really, really good job on getting that one's hide ready. Young lady's ewe lamb that's going to end up second. I like that thing's front end assembly. She gets out and moves very proud in her front end. I like the assembly of her hip and hind leg and how it allows her to get out and stay still super athletic. Man, it's hands-on where she just kind of gets dominated by the one in front. She's a little bit staler to the edges of her loin. Just doesn't quite hit me as hard or as firm or as fresh, but still a really good one to end up second. Young man's ewe lamb in third probably has the advantage in terms of just true handle. That's a really round, bold body type that just is really spread up high. Still really fresh and is just really fresh in her hide and just handle quality. It's a balanced perspective that just gets her beat. She's a little bit straighter in the angle of her blade, also deeper in it as well. And I'd still like to just elevate her in her chest to make her a little bit more elegant. Young man's weather, that's going to end up fourth, actually corrects some of those flaws in terms of just being up and out up front, really round in his body type, good when you get your hands on him. It's just his back leg that gets him beat, to be honest. You get him out in circle, and he's just a little bit awkward. And then I'd also like to just stouten him up at the surface in terms of just true substance of foot and bone. Young man's ewe lamb that's going to end up in fifth is really just fundamental the young man's weather that's fifth is just really fundamental in his kind. That's a big-footed sheep that's wide, still proportional from the side. Just kind of needs to come with some extra bells and whistles to get around the ones in front of him. Really high-quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
Returning from Class 22, we have Baylor Bowcut and Ellery Woodruff.
Golden Spike Power Sports is still family owned and operated, serving the Bear River community since 1947. We're here to take care of all your power sport needs, located right on Main Street. Come and check us out and experience the difference.
Tremont City, creating a safe and welcoming community where neighbors feel connected to each other and enjoy life.
On behalf of Utah Seed, congratulations to all who participated in the Box Elder County Fair Junior Livestock Auction. Well done! We also want to thank the families, 4-H clubs, farmers, and ranchers who supported these participants in preparing this year's entries. All of us, farmers, ranchers, and Utah Seed are involved in feeding America. Whether you need alfalfa, seed, dryland pasture, cover crops, or 3-way grain mixes, we are here to help with the right products and right information for your needs.
Another really high quality set of sheep, and when this young lady brought this weather out first, again, I knew it was going to be pretty hard to get around him. He just reads so genuine in his kind. That guy's genuinely opened up in his lower skeleton, awesome turn to his rib cage, and they did an awesome job getting that guy fed, getting his hide just right and really, really fresh. Step off to the side of him, and he's really, really proportional. No, he's not perfect. He's a little rounder at the base of his blade, but man, when he gets out in motion, he's still super athletic. Young lady sheep's going to end up second. That's a tall fronted, really, really extended sheep, really long and level back into his hip. Watch him get out in motion. He's one of my favorite in terms of just staying super collected. Man, his hands on, where he's really just not in the same league as the one ahead of him, not nearly as fresh or just square to the edge of his loin. But man, another really good built, really flexible sheep to end up second. Then I thought it was really close between 3 and 4, and not because they're the same kind, but because they're totally different. I'm just a little bit more in tune to this spot-sided ewe, and that's going to end up 3. That's a neat-chested, really progressive-bodied sheep who's really, really round in her rib cage. Put your hands on her, and she's massive out of the backside of her blade. Really, really surprising in that aspect. It's when she gets out in motion that her angles just don't read with the same kind of flexibility as I really wanted them to, and that causes her to be just a little bit stiltier off either end, but none the doubt, really sheep with a lot of unique pieces. Young man's weather, that's going to end up 4th. I think just really powerful, really fundamental in his kind. That's a big-footed, shaggy-legged sheep who's really flexible. Spans a lot of just true spread and dimension out of the backside of his shoulder. He's just starting to show a little bit more maturity through his front end. I'd like to just neaten him up in his neck attachment, clean him up at the base of his shoulder, but nonetheless a really just fundamental sheep to end up 4th. Young lady's ewe lamb that's going to round out the class is one that's just opened up, really round body and still proportional. I'd like her just substance at the surface to match her mass up high, and maybe just doesn't quite come with the same kind of bells and whistles. Nonetheless, a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from class 23 is Chloe Burton and Quincy Francis.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State University, Brigham City. Student success is our top priority. We offer over 120 degrees, certificates, and programs, plus on-campus childcare to empower students and their families. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit statewide.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Brigham City or Tremonton.
In the Valley, hard work isn't just a tradition, it's a way of life. That's why folks trust Valley Implement to keep things running strong. We carry trusted names like Case IH, Coyote, and Bobcat, brands built to work as hard as you do. Whether you're moving dirt, cutting hay, or working the land, we've got you covered.
At Valley Implement, we're grateful for this opportunity, and it's our privilege to support the youth of Box Elder County.
London Hardy, Georgia LeBlanc, Annabelle Cable, Oakley Norman, Emma Valencia, Rhett Richens, Riker Goss, Gracie Jensen, Kensley Johnson, Hayes Johnson, and Case Bingham.
Man, pretty unique class. There's lots of different pieces, lots of different moving parts, but I was always going to end up using this young man in the front. That guy's just kind of a meat wagon. Genuine skeletal width, boldness of body is really, really good on him. Put your hands on that guy, and my hat's off to the feeder for getting his hide super fresh and getting a big square back in him. Now you get him out in motion, and no, he's not just the most coordinated off either end of his skeleton, but man, there's no denying the kind of proportionality that guy can put on so much power. This young lady that's going to end up second, maybe a little bit deceiving from the outside because he's not the biggest legged, but man, you put your hands on that guy and he's absolutely massive behind his shoulder, really, really square in his loin. And then where I'm really a fan of that guy is up front. That's a sheep that's really up and out. He's really needing his neck attachment, shorten his blade, and tucked up in his chest. You know, I mentioned I'd like him to have a little bit more substance at the surface, but I have a bigger issue to pick on just the way his dock is constructed, and then I wish he just had a little bit more shape and turn to his lower leg, but nonetheless, a really high quality sheep that's been fed very, very well. This young lady's whether that's going to end up in third, I think is, she's doing an absolutely incredible job getting that thing shown. That sheep that's really tall fronted, really, really round in his rib cage. He handles fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. He's not the most massive in terms of muscle, but you ask that guy to circle, and although he's really flexible and athletic, I just got to reconstruct that guy's dock, starting to throw him off just a little bit in his proportions. Nonetheless, a really high quality one that's shown very, very well. Same could be said about this sheep that's going to end up in fourth. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that ewe lamb shown, really up and out up front. I like how her chest is just really proportional in her lower body. I like her roundness of rib as well. You get her out in motion, she doesn't handle her rear reels with the same kind of just authority and flexibility that I'd like to see, but there's no denying that she has really high quality pieces. Young man is going to end up in fifth, and you talk about just a powerful sheep that's really fundamental in his kind. Man, he's genuinely big-footed, really, really flexible and still proportional. No, he isn't just quite as out there in some areas. He's a little bit deeper in his chest, starting to show a little bit of his age, but nonetheless a really powerful, fundamental kind of weather. Really, really high-quality class. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from class 24, we have Rhett Richens and Gracie Jensen.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The bond between us is not a yoke, it's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
maybe not the same kind of numbers that we've seen, but I think this top trio is really, really good. And this young lady's blue sheep came out here and kind of just smacked me in the face. That thing just stopped or in motion, is just so athletic in his kind. That's a tall fronted sheep that's really neat in his neck attachment. Really, really like the shape to that guy's muzzle. And like I had told her, you put your hands on that guy and they did a fantastic job getting that guy fed, keeping his hide really, really fresh. That's a good one to go ahead and start off our class. Young man, you're going to end up second. A little bit different colored kind of a sheep. Oh, man, he does an awesome job presenting him. I love just the kind of shape to his head. I like the color of his head. He's really proportional from the side. When that guy's in motion, he just stays so collected. Just when I put my hands on him, I wish that guy was just a little bit crisper to his edges. He's starting to fade just a little bit, and then maybe strengthen him on his rear pastern ever so slightly. But, man, awesome job getting that guy shown. Young man sheep that's going to end up third. That thing's just packed full of power. That's a huge-footed sheep. That's just comes with so much genuine skeletal width. Love the turn to that guy's body. Love how much just spread and dimension he has up high. Just with all that power, you're going to have to run into some issues. He's a little bit coarser at the base of his shoulder, starting to get up a little bit in his spine, and then when he gets out in motion, he isn't just quite as flexible, quite as athletic. But man, there's no denying just how much power that guy can really bring to the table. Young lady's ewe lamb's going to end up fourth, and another one that's just pretty elegant up front. I still like the shape to her body. I like how she handles with plenty of dimension up high. Maybe just doesn't quite come as out there in her pieces as the three that precede her. A little bit straighter in the angle of her shoulder. I like to just clean her up at the base of her chest. Young man's ewe lamb that's going to round out the class. I told him just really fundamental in her kind. That's an opened up, powerful kind of sheep. Really round in her rib cage, big backed. I just don't quite know if she can keep it together when she's in motion. Just doesn't quite blend her pieces to the degree that I really want her to. Really, really high quality set. Let's go and put our hands together for these kids.
Returning from class 25, Paisley Eddington and Lynch Williams.
This year is a special one as we celebrate 100 years of the Box Elder County Fair and Golden Spike Rodeo. Thanks to all those who make the fair possible, to all the supporters and hardworking kids. We sure do love the Box Elder County Fair.
Meet the dedicated veterinarians at Bear River Animal Hospital. Whether you have small or large animals, they can provide high-quality, customized vet services, including exams, vaccinations, surgery, dentistry, x-rays, and ultrasound. Make an appointment at 435-257-7455.
Entering the ring now, we have class 26. 26 exhibitors are Hadley Bingham, Brody Rowley, Hunter Ritter, Bristol Bingham, Maddie Esplin, Kate Loveland, Ellie Carlisle, Brady Fromm, Treslin Harding, Bryn Throop, and Natalie Jorgensen.
little bit of a tougher set of a sort, to be honest with you, but when they start getting this big, I start getting really just hard on how fresh they can really keep them. And hats off to this young man for keeping just a really nice, firm edge in that guy's back. Plus, he's really tall-fronted, really progressive in his lower body balance. Get him out in motion. He's my absolute favorite in terms of just skeletal organization. No, does he have enough just true pop and flair to his lower leg and twist? Probably not, but he's just my favorite in his ability to just put the most good together. Young man sheep that's going to end up in second. Yeah, he's showing a little bit of age through his front end, but he's my second favorite in terms of just true skeletal organization, in terms of the turn to his body and how much dimension he handles with up high. Yeah, I'd like to fix him in his front end. I'd like to fix him in his neck attachment. I'd like to shorten him in his blade and keep his chest up in him, but still just a really fundamental sheep. Not a lot wrong with him, to be honest. Young lady sheep's going to end up in third, and it just did so in terms of just the turn to his body, the kind of spread that he has out of the backside of his shoulder, still being square in his loin. When you get him in motion, I just get pretty critical on that guy's back leg. Just doesn't quite operate with the same level of comfort that I really want him to. He too is starting to show a little bit of age through that front end. Young lady sheep's going to end up in fourth, and probably my second favorite when you get your hands on him. That guy's still fresh out of the backside of his shoulder, still proportional in his image. I just wish there was a little bit more sheep there. Wish he had more just true substance at the surface. Young man's weather, that's going to round out the top five, or young lady's weather, excuse me, that's going to round out the top five is extended up front, really long and level out through his spine. I like to turn to his body type. We got to get that guy a little bit more flexible off either end of his skeleton. Anyway, just a really high quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from class 26 is Brady Fromm and Hunter Ritter. Stuart Parker Minor, Alyssa Child, Paisley Anderson, and Carver Brown.
Another really high set, another really high quality set of sheep, and I'm gonna be honest, this young man sheep came out, and I kind of knew that was gonna be pretty hard to get around him. He just put so much good together. You know, they start to get this big, and when you're fresh, you kind of just stand out. And the fact he's still that youthful about his front end, picked up in his chest, just puts him in a little bit different league of his own. I really like the posture and utilization of his hip and hind leg. And then, man, I was so surprised when I put my hands on him. That guy is massive out of the backside of his shoulder, really, really square in his loin edge, or a really, really good way to go ahead and start this class. Young lady sheep that ends up in second does so rather handily. That's another really tall fronted wether who's getting shown very, very good. You get him out in motion, and although he's really, really flexible, I'd like to reconstruct the way that guy's dock is constructed. I'd also like to clean him up at the base of his chest. Another really good looking, another good handling sheep that's shown very, very well. Young lady sheep that's going to end up in third is a powerhouse. That guy's wide-chested, bold-bodied, really, really muscular. I just like to take a little bit of that extra fat off of him. He's starting to get a little bit juicy for me. He's starting to kind of, you see that in the way that his chest is starting to fall out of him. No doubt that guy's incredibly powerful. Young lady sheep that's going to end up in fourth. Young man's doing a very good job getting that thing shown. That's a tall-fronted, really proportional kind of wether. You just get him out in motion, and maybe his pieces just don't quite stay as collected, hands-on, not quite as fresh and firm to the edges of his rack and his loin, to be honest, but still presented very, very well. Young man's wether that's going to end up in five is just pretty fundamental in his kind. It's a very flexible sheep that's opened up, still proportional, just doesn't quite come with the same kind of extras. Nonetheless, a really high-quality set. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from class 27, we have Parker Miner and Casey Crowther.
We deeply appreciate your participation in this week's county fair and rodeo. Your presence adds to the vibrancy of our community. Thank you for visiting Tremonton and being a part of our journey.
Entering the ring now, we have class 28. This is our final class before our Division 4 drive. Class 28's exhibitors are Jody Potter, Livy Canfield, Lillian Child, Hunter Goss, Max Bone, Deacon Moeller, Connor Jorgensen, Chase Talbot, Colin Rich, and Sophia Grover.
Well, it's the last class of the heavyweights, and so you can definitely start to see some of that age and some of that maturity in these sheep. But this young man's weather came out and won just rather handily. That guy's still able to be pretty youthful about his front end, and I appreciate that about him. He's still progressive in his lower body balance. Hands-on, I'm just the most comfortable with that. Guy's just spread, still freshness to his edge. No, he doesn't utilize his hind leg with the way I really want him to, but everything else, that guy definitely checks those boxes. A young man that's going to end up in second has a real fundamental kind of weather. He's opened up, he's muscular, still plenty flexible. I'd like to lean him up compositionally and maybe just make his pieces a little bit more out there. But no, there's no doubt that guy's just fundamentally very good. A young lady's weather that's going to end up in third, I thought was pretty tall fronted, pretty round bodied. I like the shape that he has out of the backside of his shoulder. I really got to fix that guy's hind leg. I'd like to clean him up at the base of his shoulder, and I also like to pick him up in his chest, but nonetheless a good one for her. Young man's weather that's going to come out in fourth, I thought was maybe my favorite in terms of just true skeletal organization. No, he doesn't just blend his pieces perfect. He's starting to show a little bit of that maturity through his front end, and then I'd still like to amp him up in terms of muscle shape, but probably my favorite in terms of just true skeletal quality. Young lady's weather that's going to round out the class, I thought was a really bold body, big back kind of a sheep. I really like the shape to his lower leg and stifle. I'd like to just really clean that guy's up, or right there at the base of his shoulder. I'd like to just mass him up at the surface in terms of just true substance, really high quality class. Let's put our hands together for these kids.
Coming back from class 28, we have Max Bone and Colin Rich.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream.
Bear River Animal Hospital takes care of small, large animals, providing pediatric care all the way up to senior pets. They deliver high-quality, customized vet services with their dedicated team. Services include exams, vaccinations, surgeries, dentistry, fully equipped laboratory and pharmacy, along with x-ray and ultrasound. Many of these same services can be conveniently provided on the farm. Bear River Animal Hospital is filled with highly trained animal lovers who will provide the best care for the animals in your life.
For Champion Drive. Everybody entering now is a first place exhibitor in their class. We have Baylor Bocut, Chloe Burton, Rhett Richens, Paisley Eddington, Brady Fromm, Parker Miner, and Max Bone. Entering now is the second place exhibitors from their class. We have Ellery Woodruff, Quincy Francis, Gracie Jensen, Lynch Williams, Hunter Ritter, Casey Crowther, and Colin Rich. Our Division 4 buckle sponsors are as follows. Our champion buckle sponsor is Katie Nelson, Scott Equity Real Estate. And our reserve champion buckle sponsor is Wes and Mona Udy. We really appreciate everything that they've done for us. Let's give our sponsors a nice big round of applause.
Man, these heavyweights are really, really good. And like I had mentioned in the earlier divisions, I'm super proud of just how this division came together. I think they're all really high quality. You know, I went through and already talked them in class, so I'm not going to really make any more comments. There genuinely is 3 or 4 of them that just hit me really hard. But there's a pair of sheep that I really enjoyed to just look at and really break down. I'm just going to go ahead and go show you who I believe that is.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Division 4 champion, Chloe Burton. And your reserve champion, Paisley Eddington.
In the show ring, every detail matters.
at Adams Wealth Advisors.
Your details
matter to us.
Big J Milling has high-quality wheat flours for the baking industry. They specialize in providing top-grade flour for commercial bakeries, bakery and restaurant distributors, as well as home bakers.
Minutes is going to be our Supreme Champion Drive. We just wanted to take a minute and thank our Supreme Champion sponsors. The Champion Buckle sponsor is Dixon Owen, and our Supreme Reserve Champion Buckle sponsor is Bear River Live. Let's give them a nice big round of applause for sponsoring our show today. We also wanted to take a minute and thank the wonderful Sheep Committee for all their hard work to get all this put together. Let's hear it for them.
C&K Construction has been building homes for northern Utah families for over 25 years. Their experience and expertise ensure things get done right. Let C&K Construction build the house while you make it a home.
Central Milling is the farmer, the miller, and the baker working to preserve American farmland for tomorrow while preserving the highest quality of flour and grains to the bakers of today. Select the best products for your family by using Central Milling Company.
Century 21 Naomi, and we are ready to celebrate 100 years of the Box Elder County Fair. From the first ride on the Ferris wheel to your first set of keys, we're here for all of life's big moments. Whether you're buying, selling, expanding the farm, or building your dream home, we've got the know-how and the hometown heart to get it done. Like the fair, we believe in showing up for our neighbors, working hard, and having a whole lot of fun along the way. So grab a scone, chocolate-covered strawberries, and cheer on the rodeo, and remember, wherever you are on your journey, Century 21 Naomi is here to bring you home.
Capener & Company Real Estate is a full-service property management company here to help you through all your housing needs. They specialize in new construction, commercial, and residential investments and property management.
Coming into the ring, we have our first place division winners, starting with Declan Lish, Daxton Lish, Lyndon Smith, and Chloe Burton. Coming into the ring now is our second place division winners. We have Hayden Butters, Branson Fossen, Witten Williams, and Paisley Eddington.
Man, these are really, really good sheep in my opinion, and I think all 8 of them are really, really good. And first and foremost, I really wanted to just say thank you to y'all for having me out here and trusting me with your kids, trusting me to sort through your livestock. You know, I mentioned it in the goat show that I had heard that a tragedy had hit the community a couple days ago, and you know, I think it's absolutely horrible. But the fact that y'all can just come together and do something that's so influential is really, really impressive to me. I'm very proud of all the kids. I'm very proud of all the people back home putting in the work, and I'm very proud of just your ability to come out here and getting them looking this good. If you don't think these are good sheep, then I guess we just kind of disagree in our philosophies. I'm going to be honest. I don't need my sheep to be big. I think they're just good. If they're good, they're good. I don't really care what weight we're at. There was one sheep out here that kind of just smacked me in the face like a ton of bricks, and then there's another one who I think rivals him very well. I'm going to go ahead and show you who my 2 favorite sheep are.
Ladies and gentlemen, your supreme champion, Daxton Lish. And your supreme reserve champion, Chloe Burton. Our third overall, Declan Lish. Fourth overall, Lyndon Smith. Fifth overall, Hayden Butters. And sixth overall, Witten Williams. Seventh overall, Bentley Smith.
Daisy Pack. Let us meet your expectations. Located in Garland, Utah.
Use Elison Trucking for all your trucking needs. They are big enough to serve, small enough to care. Elison Trucking in Tremonton is a proud supporter of the Box Elder County Fair.
The Utah FFA Association wishes all those involved in this year's county fair good luck.
There's a lot to know when it comes to buying insurance. That's why it's important to have an independent agent looking out for you and your family. Whatever you're looking to protect, Advanced Insurance Services can help. Let Sherry Pally help make sure you have the right coverage and are getting all the discounts you deserve. She can shop several carriers to find the company that is right for you. Call for a free insurance review today.
Hanson Motor Company isn't just another dealership, we're your friends.
And your neighbors. We grew up here. 4 generations of Hansons have gone to school here.
And we've been part of this community for decades.
And serving the people we know and care about.
As a locally owned and operated business, we understand what matters to you because it matters to us too. At Hanson Motors, you're not just a customer, you're family. We're here for the long haul because we're in this together. Hanson Motors, local, loyal, and proud to serve our community.
With over 60 years of experience and personalized service, Guild Mortgage is your key to home ownership in Box Elder County and beyond. Stop by or give us a call today. Guild Mortgage, own what matters.